agreement with the village of Woodsfield to use the city restrooms and a concession stand on the park side, on the home side.
Okay, so the agreement with village, right?
Village of Woodsfield, yes.
Agreement.
I want to discuss it and act on it. We will.
For 2 restrooms and concession.
No, not and concession, and
It says
concession.
concessions in restaurant.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
2 restrooms and concessions.
It just says restrooms.
Restrooms.
Yeah, just put restrooms.
Got it.
Let me know when you're ready for it.
Okay.
Does that require action? Do we have to vote on that, or we can just amend it?
You can amend it in the meeting.
Okay, so I did, under number 5, it's going to be approval of agenda, amendment to agenda by adding new business item number 8, discussion and approval of agreement with Village of Woodsfield for restrooms and concession stands. For use, right?
Yeah.
For use of. Okay, I got it added.
I'll make a motion we approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
Okay, voting is open. Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes. All right, we're at the superintendent's report.
All right, before I turn it over to the cabinet members, I just want to say, talking to all the building principals last couple of days, that the first 3 days of opening of the schools have gone fairly well. Students have been very cooperative, wearing their masks on the bus, in the buildings. Everything that's been expected of them, they've been doing. And, I want to congratulate all the staff members and principals for doing such a good job for the first couple of days of school. And we just keep our fingers crossed and we hope it continues.
Yeah.
Right. All right, that being said, I'll turn it over to Mr. Kozlik.
Yes, special ed, we do have quite a few students that are on district remote or blue sky. I'd like to see that number eventually come down because we had 47 special ed students on district remote and 19 on blue sky. So all the teachers are very cooperative and working with the parents. Parents are calling in and they're getting their services, speech, OT, PT. They're going to come in and get those services, bring them in for that appointment. So it's going pretty well, but still like to see those numbers come down. I think that's just a little too many for special ed students being on a remote plan when we have school open. But they're doing okay right now, they say. So, yeah, other than that, I don't really have anything else unless you have any questions for me.
Larry, I got a question.
Yes.
Of Powhatan, that behavior group we put in
Yes.
up there, I see there was, I was up there, there's only one teacher in there, and she's going to have quite a few kids. What are we doing?
Yeah, we do have some plans, Ron. Right now, On the agenda tonight, we have a behavioral therapist we're hiring.
I've seen that, that's
Okay,
good.
she'll be there, she'll be working at Powhatan. We also have, hoping that our RVTs, we can get those in place. We've been talking about those for over a year or so. So hopefully we can get those in place, and we have 2 scheduled there. And we also have a paraprofessional educational aide that we're going to have on tonight's meeting for approval, for discussion, so we can post a parapro for her. Right now, Mr. Housley brought one of the aides down to work in one of those classrooms. We have 2 classrooms, and they're a challenge.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, they are a challenge. So we had, I think he had, Cal Burkhardt is our BCBA, and he was there all day today, and he said there were some issues today, so he needs help, he said. So I told him we're working on that.
I saw him the other day when I was there. Okay.
Yeah. There's 9 in one classroom, and we're gonna have 5 in the other. So each of those rooms will have to have a paraprofessional or an educational aide. I'd like to also have an RVT when we get to those in each of those rooms as well to help.
We have the 1 parapro on for this evening.
Yeah.
For approval.
Yeah, and also the behavioral therapist who's taking Dustin Ferguson's job. He'll be helping there as well.
Thank you, Larry.
Yeah, sure. That's it, Mr. Powell.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cosby. Mr. Rumming?
Yes. On the career readiness side, we have, right now, working with Mr. Unger. We already have, one young lady who's out, doing vet assisting at, the animal hospital over in Martinsville. We also have 3 or 4 other, positions that we're looking at with, a couple of welders and construction trades. We're talking with Mr. Unger and the instructors now to see what, kids we can, take out to send to a couple of other, places of employment for early work placement. The River Fieldhouse, right now, tomorrow, we're set to do a punch list on it tomorrow. It's, the elevator's going in right now. The brick is still held until about October 5th on the outside. Everything else is there. The equipment is due in tomorrow. Semi's due in with, weight room equipment and cardio equipment for River, and also cardio equipment for Monroe Central and cardio equipment for Bellsville. Is due in tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday, to be put in. Right now, they sent, one of the sheets in, and I know that some have gotten it. Right now at River, we're tracking about $7,000 below cost of the project currently. And we also have they just sent me today, we've got a $2,000 deduct coming on block from the back stairwell, and there's a $3,500 deduct also coming with that. So that will track us, that'll put us right about $12,000. Each one, after we have the site visit and everything, I'll talk with Miss O'Connor. She's in charge of all the financials and everything for the project. Everything goes through her, and she keeps a close eye on it, as does Mrs. Kress. She's already told me if I go over, she's gonna check me, so. So that's where we stand for the river project right now. Any other questions? Here. You'll see on a couple of things that we ran into at River High School, and you'll run into this in all the different projects. You'll run into this in all the different projects. For example, one of the things we ran into was a storm drain coming off of the roof at River. As it came down over, what they found out was the flow of water that was coming off that roof was too great for the pipe that was down there basically to hold it. So what they had to do was go back in and replace that pipe, which wasn't under the original construction plans. So that's where you see they extend storm drains from downspouts, okay, to the manhole, which was an additional cost there. But we've also saved other money other places, through brick, through a number of different things that basically countered that. So we're still about, we're going to run about 10 to 12,000 right now. We're tracking 10 to 1,000 below the original cost estimate. That's all I have, Mr. Cole.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Unger?
Got a proposal in front of you for furniture for the Swiss Hills Innovation Center. Let's start to close this project out. This will outfit 4 classrooms, a lounge area, and 2 conference areas. Got numbers from 3 different businesses, and then this was the most reasonable. This does include shipping to the school and installation, and most of the items have a 10-year warranty, like the tables and the chairs, and so one that will have a lot of wear. And then this company will also service that warranty on that furniture.
Was there something for the sophomore academy that?
Yeah, we have, one of the classrooms is a sophomore academy, which we have a large number of students in. We had to clear a room out so that we could seat them in it. We didn't have any classrooms big enough. So we've got about 28 students in that sophomore academy right now, and that's a large classroom for us. Out in Swiss Hills, when that building was designed, most of those classrooms are in the range of 20 students in a classroom. So that's how the career centers were usually designed in the 70s. So they have an adult class starting here in 3 weeks. We'll have to get some furniture in there just to hold us over till this can get in there, but we've already got some adult programs started in the Innovation Center, and we're going to make sure we're ready to go when that gets into full swing too.
How many people you got signed up for adult education?
Right now, they've got a 1 class, and they've got 6 students, 6 adults in that are paying to come to be in that, and that's the first class, the first program.
Mr. Unger, I think Mr. Rubel's coming on now. I told Tess he wasn't.
Yeah, Mr. Rubel has been kind of spearheading that program there, and he could give you a little more information as far as how much they pay for each student and how many we have enrolled.
You know where the classrooms are?
Yeah.
That's the new classrooms we just redid,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Where's the student lounge at?
If you go, if you go into the actual lab area, there's kind of a conference office room downstairs, and then upstairs in that little room up there, that's more of a lounge type area. Also, some of the lounge furniture is actually, where the sink is. You go into the glassed-in area, and there's a sink and kind of a kitchenette right there, and there's some lounge furniture that goes in there too. The furniture grade is that of which would be in a career center. We took a look at Tolles Tech was one we referred to, Apollo and a couple others to see what kind of furniture they were using in the grade, and that's what we used to select the furniture.
Jerry, Gus, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Did you find out anything about the sign out there, how it's stated?
The sign?
Yeah. It's the Innovation Center.
Yeah.
I talked to Rob before about it. Did you ever check into it and see if that's legal, how you were doing it?
Yeah, there's,
The electric is hooked up to it now.
no, he's talking about the name.
The name of it.
With
Oh,
the
the name.
word Innovation Center on
Yeah.
it.
Oh,
It was
okay.
added
Okay.
that to the sign. Okay?
We can talk to Mr. Rubel about that too.
Yeah.
It's
And
not.
I'm thinking that, if I'm driving by there, I'm thinking, That's not Swiss Hills Career Center, it's Center and Innovation. And I think you'd have to get board approval to get that put on there. I don't know, I'm just asking.
Of course, I can't really speak to what has happened before as far as setting
Okay,
that
but
up.
it's
And
just
so
happened recently.
But it's not uncommon for, different career centers to have innovation centers or, manufacturing centers, and they actually have those within the career centers. That's pretty common.
But do you have to re-register in the state with that name, or what? You know?
Yeah, each building has an IRN number. The state of Ohio actually assigns us, and, our IRN number refers to Swiss Hills Career Center, and, that has not changed at all.
So the sign has changed, is what I'm
Well,
saying.
the sign might have changed.
Yeah,
some,
the
but,
sign does.
yeah, but as far as officially registered to the state of Ohio, it has.
I think, Mark, do you remember it was either October, around in there, 2019, I was going through my papers, and we received a picture of, I think there's like 2 different signs, and then there's a picture of the gate. And my note at the top of that is there's no additional money for the gate. So I'm thinking that maybe you made a presentation back in there, like maybe September, October of 2019. So we did see the picture of the sign.
That's also the big one that was hanging up here too. What, didn't you have a big one hanging?
Right,
Yeah.
yeah, there was a big one
There
that
was a big
had,
sign
right
hanging
here.
there too. I don't know what happened to the sign.
Yeah, but my question is, are we allowed to do it without, renaming it? I don't know, I'm asking you.
Yeah, there wasn't anything renamed. That's kind of like advertising. That it's also an innovation lab for the new lab that was put in. Yeah, the IRN or nothing like that has changed. Hey, thank you, Mr. Under.
Okay, thank you.
So along the lines of the IRN, would we have an IRN for the Innovation Center? Or is that?
No, that's part of
Swiss
it. That's
Hills?
part of Swiss Hills. So we have students in there.
Well, I think it'd be good practice in the future, when we hire people, to introduce them to the board. I haven't included these ones.
Didn't you attend the meeting?
This is my first one here. I've been online because of COVID stuff.
Oh, okay.
I met him before the meeting.
My name's Matt.
Okay.
I'm your director.
I thought you met him.
Director at
I did.
Swiss Hills. A little bit about myself. I have a farm background, born and raised on a farm, Southern Ohio. Had all my education in Southern Ohio. Loved rural communities, rural schools. Have a passion for career tech and working with communities. And I look forward to working with you guys.
All right, thank you. I'd like to, from now on, I
And
think
doing a good job of recruiting.
when we hire people, to bring them in and introduce them. I still ain't met, Susan Holland yet. I don't know if she's in the room.
She's on the,
I've never seen her face yet, Rob.
okay. We'll have her attend the next one.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
All right.
We always did, Gary, we hired new teachers, we always brought them in there, introduced them, and
Yeah, that'd be nice.
All right. There's that. Speaking of Suzanne Holland, well, Suzanne, you on there? Buzz.
I am on, thank you.
How you
Can you
doing?
hear me?
Yes, we can hear
I
you.
am doing well, thank you very much. Great.
So you haven't
I'm just really,
Attend the next board meeting if you could, please.
I will put it on my schedule and I will be there, not a problem.
All right. Now we're at the superintendent's
So-
report. Anything you need to relay to the board?
I would like to share some information. The Department of Education approved a waiver for the seamless summer option extension for food services. So what that basically means is the students at Switzerland of Ohio schools will be allowed to or be able to have their breakfast and lunch at no cost. So they are encouraging us to do this waiver. I am working with the Department of Education tomorrow to get this application submitted with the hope that Monday we can start with all students receiving their breakfast and their lunches free of charge.
That's awesome. Do you
So,
need
so
any?
basically what they do is we're going to take each of our school buildings, we're going to designate them as a site, specifically a closed enrolled site, which says that every child that is enrolled in the school can receive a free breakfast and lunch. This will go through December 30th of 2020, or when the USDA funds are no longer. If they use all their funds up, then we will immediately transition over back to the National School Lunch Program. So we can have this through the end of December.
And at that time, then those that are on free and reduced would certainly be on free and reduced, but those who have to pay would then start paying after December 30th.
That is correct, but what we are trying to promote is that everybody complete the free and reduced application, so that when that transition happens, they are automatically in the system and automatically go to a free and reduced meal.
Right.
You know, I'm upset here, like, isn't that great we got that? But how long ago did we bring that up to you guys? How long ago did I bring it up about free lunches for everybody? Jerry, you remember? Actually,
the USDA and the Department of Education had to approve this waiver, and I just was notified on Tuesday that it was available. So they had not, there was a couple of plans out there, and they finally finalized it and released it.
Mr. Ringler, this was something that was just approved here in the last week or so.
I know, but Mr. Caldwell, we talked about it a long time ago.
Right, but we weren't eligible.
Yes, we were. We were eligible.
For the whole district to be free lunch?
Well, I
Yeah,
looked at
we
the
had-
eligibility numbers,
No,
Yeah,
I brought back because he brought it up.
Mhm.
And when I worked with the nutrition group, only certain buildings, so there was like 2 or 3
Yeah.
that was eligible, and it was
Yeah.
gonna cost the district like another, however much it was at the time, to offer the free lunch, but the district would provide that. Like the district would pay for the difference of the buildings that weren't eligible.
yeah, that's what I
So
said. I
not-
brought it up, and Connie helped me out, and I brought it up, and it seemed like you just, like everything else out here, under the carpet.
And there was, I think that at the time, there was only maybe 4 buildings that was eligible, maybe 3.
I do
But the
remember that.
district would have to put more money in to be able to provide to the other buildings that were not eligible. But
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, but you look how many people wasn't paying, how much we owed. And it'd be cheaper to give them free lunches than try to collect that money and pay the nutrition group. I just don't understand. Well, I got a lot tonight on my plate, I'm upset over everything. Let's go on.
Can you ask her if, there needs to be any board action tonight to support the waiver, or we could add the agenda?
Ms. Holland, do we need any action from the board to follow through with that waiver? No, I don't think we do.
No, we do not. This is part of our application to the National School Lunch Program, and we're going to go in on the seamless summer option waiver.
But thank her, I thank her.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, next up, Ms. O'Connor?
Okay, getting ready for the COVID-19 preparation. Those air filters are being installed Monday. And most of that equipment has already been here and installed and working. And most of the principals have ordered their sanitation products. Okay, and we have the software, the FMX software. for maintenance requests. We'll be training on that September 17th, and then the principals will get trained on it first part of October. That will allow all the custodial and maintenance requests to go through an electronic system. It should be a lot more efficient than what we're doing to Steve right now, just sort of peppering him with requests. And Susanna's working on a potential grant for equipment in the kitchen, so we may be able to replace or upgrade some of the equipment in the kitchens here soon. And then other than that, I'm working on some grants for the green room or the remote learning over at Swiss Hills. So that's where we are right now.
Did you say green room?
Yeah, it's a studio, remote learning where teachers can post their lessons. It's a virtual learning, basically.
All right, thank you. Mr. Rubel, anything?
Yes, thank you. So we had talked a little bit about the adult education program. I'm proud to announce two major things. September 28th, we are starting our chemical operator program, chemical operator 1, and we've have 6 applications, and each student we're charging $1,650 tuition for a 200-hour class. The classes will run Monday through Friday, 6 to 9, and they'll, like I said, get out there with a chemical operator one certificate. So very proud of that. And we have those 6 that signed up basically just through word of mouth and Facebook. So we were using that with a limited marketing budget. The second thing I want to announce, we've partnered with RCBI, the Robert C. Byrd Institute in West Virginia, working with the Appalachia of Ohio Manufacturing Coalition and RCBI. We are developing a train-to-trainer model, and that will be located at Swiss Hills and in the Innovation Center. If you're not familiar with RCBI, they're experts in machining and manufacturing. And we are working towards being a satellite location where the manufacturers in the area will come to us to receive training through RCBI instead of driving down to West Virginia. So we are beginning those type of relationships, and yeah, we'll get the tuition from the chemical operator 1, but we are also looking at targeting businesses in general around this manufacturing, the latest manufacturing techniques through RCBI. So we're very excited about that. If you look at and what I try to do is reflect that in the proposed budget that is in front of you. So this year we're looking at the chemical operator program lasting until December, and then and also having a chemical operator in January through March as well. We're looking at starting a STNA program as well as heavy machinery in the spring. So those are 2 other programs that we're wanting to target right away. And then if you look at the supplies and equipment, a little bit of travel for our instructors, and marketing and outreach, working through the AOMC, the Appalachia of Ohio Manufacturing Coalition. They are very interested in helping us reach out to local manufacturers in our area. And we also have said that we would also help them promote their group as well. So it's a win-win type situation. That's all I had.
Thank you, that's pretty exciting.
Thank you, Mr. Rubel. Jason? You have anything? I knew he was here. Pardon?
Transportation wise, everything's been going really good so far. We've had a few bumps in the road along getting the A groups and the B groups figured out. Some of the kids were kind of confused if they were A or B, so they were standing out Tuesday and they should have been standing out Thursday, but we worked through that, so everything's doing so good so far, so, but other than that, fine. Thank you.
Jason, is it better than what you thought it'd be?
I guess, Ronnie, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's, I really didn't think we would have really issues with the way we kind of broke up. I thought we would be okay. But it's went really well, yeah. We
All
went
right.
fine. Yes.
Yeah, what about next week when we go, everyone in 5 days a week? Do you think the bus, how's bus capacity?
I think we'll be okay. There's only maybe one route that we might have to just adjust a little bit.
Okay.
Right here around town where we do some dual routing, because we can't get them all, so we have to. Right now, it looks like there might be one. And we've still got a few kids that are not sure if they're, I heard today that some kids are going back to remote, or they're coming from remote back to in-person. I don't know what we're going to see. I think there's a few changes coming around, but I think we're going to be okay. I think we'll be okay.
Thanks.
Hmm?
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Mrs. Bohatch?
Well, we're up and running, we're getting materials shifted around from building to building where we have changes in enrollment and need extra workbooks, things like that, we're getting those all shifted around. I've talked to a few teachers across the district, and they said that, things are going pretty well. I mean, it's not 100% back yet with everybody there, but this is the first week has been, fairly smooth. And, a couple teachers even indicated they liked having smaller groups to start with because the elementary level, they said, I got to know the kids, I got to talk to them and spend a little bit more time with each one of them to help them get settled in and get started. So I even saw one person posted on Facebook and said, I'd like to have a staggered start every year. This is pretty nice to get us acclimated for the elementary level. So that's all I have.
All right.
Hey, I got
Thank you.
a question. How many teachers do we have that stay at home or won't come to work because of the virus?
That do not come in?
Yeah, last meeting, didn't you tell us last meeting, you know?
One right now?
One, okay, thank you.
Yeah, that I know.
State testing results, they've come back, is that correct?
State testing, we did not do a test last spring, so we don't have any results to come back.
I got something else. Could someone explain to me about all these consultants we got? Like the newsletter and everything?
We only have they're helping do the webpage still yet.
Okay. Well, I got things run pretty good off of. That's fine, that's fine.
And then, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'll get you. On the website, and maybe I should have asked, I couldn't find the student handbook, but I don't know if it's obvious, but I meant.
Well, I think when I asked, it was under each school page. I can't tell you.
I think that's where I found it, yeah. It was under
Under
the.
each
It used to be on the
individual
homepage,
building.
but now it's.
Each building.
Yeah, I found it under there.
Funny, just,
Okay.
I guess, should I wait for the treasury report? I want to know about that one check.
Yeah, I figure I'm gonna see
Should
that.
we wait for the treasury report?
Okay, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, do
The
that.
rest, I'm seeing it on each page.
Yeah, okay.
What are you
Thank
gonna
you.
ask?
Yeah.
About that $16 check.
Okay, what about it?
Yeah, and that was for what now? Reopening schools and stuff?
That would be Cindy, however she
This one,
did it for the reopening.
I'm trying to find, I'm looking for an email now, didn't I?
So what are you talking about, Sarah?
The emails that I sent yesterday, the POs that you
Oh,
requested.
okay.
Yeah, did you see the PO?
Yeah, I saw the email.
Okay, what's the 16,000, what was that all about? I
That
don't
was
get
for
it.
all our infographics and reopening plans, that assistance to have that page developed on our webpage.
We paid 16,000 to get it on our webpage?
That's more than just posting. writing of it and working every night. Sarah, you were with us knowing that we were working through that language till way late in the night.
Did it include those articles?
It included articles, it included legally working through the materials, that they helped us to pull in knowledge from other schools of how they were dealing with their reopening plans. That was the assistance that was with us.
Basically, the communication to the public and staff, which, have you looked at the, Facebook page? Can you see that?
No, I don't.
They are maintaining when the comments were coming in on Facebook, they were helping to manage us to help answer those. They've done quite a bit to help us manage our Facebook presence.
So is that continuing?
We don't have a contract with them, I think we now have a contract with them for the district, for our district piece of that.
For the whole year?
For, yes.
What's the cost of that?
I believe, I have it in front of me, it's $10,000.
How come we're paying $16,000 already if it's only $10,000 for the year?
Because what we identified as deliverables for it was different than the deliverables we were asking for professional help on the development of a reopening plan.
Now, this for Facebook news page, you're saying?
It's for our district's webpage.
Webpage. And we're gonna pay just $10,000 a year.
For
No
the
more than
piece that
10,000.
is for what our district office is asking for, those deliverables, yes.
And
I
it's
believe that is the contract.
just 10,000.
I believe so,
Not for
Jerry.
each building, just 10,000 for
For this district office.
just the district office.
Yeah,
So what is the total for all the buildings?
$107,000.
We're not doing them.
We didn't do it.
We didn't do that.
So you're just doing it for this building only at $10,000
I think it
this
is
year?
us. I think there was support for your school, right?
Because we
In
have,
each school, they're gonna put stuff, if each school wants to put something on there to attach into the district one, they can do so. But we're not doing individual
but I'm
schools.
talking cost, 10,000, is that what it's gonna cost for the whole year?
Once again, yes, for us in this building, central office,
Yeah.
$10,000.
Now, if the other schools come in, are we gonna be paying more?
They'll
No.
be paying their portion of the deliverables that go to that school, but we have not done that, except for, I believe he is one, and I believe that Monroe Central's building is one. And that is it.
So who's gonna pay their building?
Their buildings are.
Your bill, and what's that fund, what funds it come out of?
I guess Connie is a general fund?
So the general fund's
I
gonna
don't-
be paying out.
There's no buildings good on it.
Would you like us not to have that professional presence?
I'm just looking at money. I'm asking money, that's all I'm saying. What is it gonna cost total? If it's gonna be over so much money, then we're gonna have to get the board vote on it to approve it or not. That's what I wanna know.
Our piece
It's all
is
about money.
10,000.
What?
Our piece is 10,000.
So these other places, but how much is gonna come out of general funds, Tony, for what they're
Well, it's all
talking?
gonna come out of general fund, that's what.
And how much you-
Everything
how much you
comes out of
projected?
general fund.
I don't know, Jerry.
Okay.
They said
It would be
10,000.
10,000 for the total year.
I haven't seen the contract, so I don't know.
For our.
Can I get a copy of the contract?
For ours.
Yeah.
I want to see how much we're paying all these consultants. I'm asking for public records.
Jerry, I pulled up that email. Do you want to see it?
I just read it.
Okay. With the PO
Yeah,
attached.
yeah, I found it on my phone.
It should be
Thanks.
in your guys' email too.
Okay.
Yeah, I like a copy of that when you get a chance.
That comes from Connie, right?
Yes. It was 351 September.
I know it, well, I think on my phone I swiped the wrong way and it's under all emails but not under my inbox.
Long way to technical.
So it's not showing up for here, but I know I have it.
It's a forward message from and then a bunch of letters and some numbers.
Are we still doing the newsletter too, Rob?
that?
Is the school still doing the newsletter?
No, schools aren't, no.
Who's doing it?
They're not doing it.
No one's doing it.
They do their like Twitter stuff and they, you know, things like that.
So we ain't paying anyone to do any of our newsletters, right?
No, principals wanted to do them themselves, except for 3 of them. 3 of them asked for some professional help.
So they do have newsletters. Everybody has a newsletter, it's a matter of who's doing it.
Right.
Well, if they do, they want that control.
I mean, we need to make sure that we look unified. I think that was one of the things you
That
were
was the
trying to.
reason for the plan, was that we have control of the social media, that there is control for support for what is in that social media, because we struggle with it. We want a unified equity to what each campus's messages look like, and that was the purpose for what we were doing, and it was happening. It was professional, it looked professional.
So answer me this, we got bottled newsletters before you even showed up. And you're saying they weren't professional before? Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what you're saying, that's what I thought. I think we got administrators, they were working for our district, or professionals, and they can put a newsletter how we need it in this area, not Columbus or one of them other areas. I'm just telling you, because I'm upset with everything that's going on here in this district right now. Yeah.
You good, Ms. Badge?
I'm good.
All right,
Thank you, Joe.
that'll be it. Ms. Smith?
Thank you. Thanks everyone for your diligence and stick-to-itiveness and encouragement, and we're just getting started though. All right, so that brings us to the consent agenda. And do we need to pull anything out?
Oh, maybe.
Can you guys refresh, please? Because I added the item, Ron wanted added. Just make sure you guys can see it.
Oh, refresh me, walk with it. What number is it?
Number 8,
Under
new
E.
business.
No, new business.
Make sure you guys can see it.
Well, I got it.
Okay.
Approval of agreement with
Yep.
village.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So number 2 is approval of resolution on the telehealth.
Yeah, what Lydia did. Yeah, that's what Lydia did, right? Number 2?
No, this is a different one that Linda, telehealth through the ARC. She was in a meeting today.
Okay.
We have it. It's printed out in your packet, that resolution.
Yeah, okay, I thought it was on my email.
That's just the resolution to be able to move forward with it.
So, on my attachments, this is the email printed out, and then the attachments, and, one of them is $111,000, one of them is $88,000, one of them is $223,000, one of them is $64,000, and one of them is $75,000. And then I'll sign these after, if we,
Yeah, we'll need your signature on it.
this this is different though, this is what Lydia had worked on was having our kids be able to remotely
Teleconference, like for,
help professionals.
yes.
This is different though.
No, I think this is the same one. I was thinking of a different one. Yeah, this is the same, this is the one Lydia's on.
That's what I thought.
Does anybody have any questions on that, the telehealth? The next one is the approval for Monroe Memorial Park
Are we
Committee.
gonna vote on that?
I didn't know if we wanted to talk about all of them and then,
Well, we usually vote on individual.
Not on consent.
Then that's why you put them all together.
Okay.
okay.
What you usually do, if anyone's getting public, why don't we pull it out?
Okay.
And if you got, or discuss one or something.
I don't have a problem with number 7, the resource officers. That just made me remember that what were we doing for Powhatan Rob in the way of, I know it didn't work out the first time we tried an agreement
Well,
because we're in Belmont, and
right.
is there something else we could do?
We would, the only thing, I mean, what they do is, I mean, the sheriff's department from Belmont comes down there once in a while, but there's no one there daily. Our resource officers do go up there.
Okay,
Yes,
so we kind of share them.
Yeah.
yes.
Oh, and the last minute addition was the district bus routes, and that's, thank you, Jason and Linda, for taking care of this at the last minute. This was a big to-do last year because I guess maybe we didn't do them before, but that's what the big printout is right there, and the board is supposed to approve these, I think maybe actually before school starts, but we had a curve this year because of COVID, but that's what they are. Do you remember approving them before, Ron?
Or kind of,
Bus routes?
Hey, I would like to pull off number 9 now, I'm concerned the agenda vote on this separate.
And then the lunch prices, I know that's a change to make it consistent because we didn't indicate K through 8 and then 9 to
Yeah,
12,
since
right?
7th and 8th grade is, at Belleville is considered high school, they would have to pay a high school price. Now we got K through 8 prices and 9 through 12 prices.
That's,
Number
11.
yeah, 11.
Okay,
Okay, so right now I'm pulling
I would.
consent,
I'd like to have it pulled out if I could.
and it is actually now number 9 on new business. But you have to refresh. See it.
Any other questions or issues with any items on the consent agenda?
Yeah, I just had a question. I know, Mark, Mr. Roby, you talked about that, the deductions or the returns on certain things for the Fieldhouse project.
Yes.
Is that pretty much what you gave us here? Number 7 was, there was the architect is charging $7,500, or was that the increase of what had to be done through changes, but you're saying the offset is still going to keep us at that specific?
Right, right, yeah, there have been different deductions, for example, and a couple of those, like the tile there isn't a change order. What had happened with the tile, there's an upcharge of $800 because basically what happened with that tile, what was originally quoted in the price, the tile then went out of stock or they didn't make it anymore. So in order to get a red tile, it was an $800 charge more than what was originally budgeted. The same holds true with that, the Kessler signage on the outside. Kessler came in at, I want to say, Greg, $1,100 or $1,200 over top of that $10,000 budgeted item. So what had happened there was the other budget, or the other quote that came in was less than that, but it was a plastic material, sort of like I want to say I'm trying to think of the board that's used, but it's breakable and everything else. It'll break in that. So we went to Kessler because that was metal. But there were other objects certain things that came in, maybe like the wall mats or something like that, that was less than what was originally budgeted. So everything kind of balanced out within it.
That's what I thought it was, I just was,
Yeah.
yes, thank you.
Wonder what.
And then, Rob, we have the agreement for the, alternative school, and there's a little bit of a change, right? You have to provide restrooms.
Restroom supplies, yeah.
Same price, that's what we paid before, right?
Right.
Any other questions on the consent agenda? If not, we can move on.
We accept the consent agenda.
Can you guys refresh one more time? I changed number 1 where it says items 1 through, you did say 13, and now I put 12.
Mine's up to date, by the
Okay.
fresh week.
I second.
And I'm gonna add a note in here that says as amended, okay? That way we know it was, okay. Okay, voting is open. Mr. Winkler,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Goff,
Yes.
Shoemaker,
Yes,
Mrs. Smith.
Yes. Motion carries, and that brings us to old business.
Hey, Jason, is he still here?
Yes.
I just got a test.
Yes.
Everything's going well in the transportation, but yet we got a bus that says OIHO.
Yeah.
Is that a new one?
Yeah, that's a new one.
Somebody sent me a text, I like that. You
Yeah,
gotta get that corrected.
I'll be fixed in the morning.
Okay, thank you,
Stick
Ray.
Patrol didn't catch that one. so.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Well, you look at him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They go fast enough, maybe you'll catch it, right?
Depends on who's driving.
All right, so in our old business, we have approval and second and final reading of these policies that were part of the catch-up agreement. And I think my question is to Sarah, one of the other ones. Sarah, you have any issues with those policies or questions?
No.
Lauren?
Nope.
No.
I make a motion to approve if no one else has it.
Yeah, they said. Oh, definitely. Oh, definitely.
There is.
Okay, voting is open. Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Mr. Goss?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes. Motion carries, only what, 9,000 to go? Okay. All right, and that concludes old business, so we'll start with new business, and first one is the OSBA delegate. And alternate.
And it's all gonna be virtual, right? I think that's what I've read.
Yeah.
I think, yes.
She has virtual and free
Yeah.
user too.
And when we do that, I got the form here that I'll just give you, whoever to fill it out. Get it sent in.
Is the date the same, do you know that?
Yeah, I believe so, it's right there, that Monday and Tuesday before Veterans Day.
I was spent my Veterans Day, my day off.
Right,
Veterans is in the middle of the week though.
it's only,
Okay. We normally just take volunteers. I nominate everybody to the left.
I wouldn't mind being the delegate, I've never done it.
Oh, thank
Yeah,
you.
And it's virtual, so.
It is kind of neat. You go to the business meeting and they, like before the business meeting, they talk to you about all the legislative packet and give you the updates and you can ask questions and I was like a little mouse. I was afraid, but it was neat. But I had to miss a session,
Right,
so I didn't like that part.
I probably don't like that part either, that'll probably be one of the sessions I really want to.
So it'll be like 3 that same time.
Oh,
You wanna
I
get
wanted
that?
to record them and then we
Oh,
can get
that's
back. I'll be the alternate or if you guys want to.
No, because you'll have to bring your own snacks to this. They'll give you,
You're right. Okay, so, does this require action? Yeah.
Approval.
you just avoid them.
Okay, so that is appointed the delegate, and I'll be appointed the alternate. Take care of yourself, guys. If you'd like to go to the other session. All right, so that brings us to number 2, the first reading of volume 39, number 1, August 2020 update. And I meant to ask you this, Rob, under the superintendent's report. I think originally, 3220 was in here with OTES. So I know that student learning, or student, what's it called, student growth measures? Yes,
Yes.
they're out the window. So does that do anything to OTES? Like, I looked and the last update was before, and I'm throwing that out, so.
It would be thrown out regardless of whether you go to OTES stay with OTES 1.0 or you go transition to 2.0. It would be the same.
So I guess I'm asking, what does that do to our policy? Does it put it on hold
For which one?
for OTES, 3220? Because originally it was in 39.1.
Yeah, we'll bring it up at a later time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I actually thought it was on the agenda, but then, was it removed? I thought it was on that list, but maybe I would look somewhere else.
Was it for the meeting? The policy meeting?
Maybe that's where.
I had sent Sarah Wiggins an email about some of the policies missing in 39.1. And I can send you guys the email.
Is that the one that had to be just, there was a word that needed changed?
Yeah, one of those was that. But
Yeah.
I still thought we needed to accept it.
And there was another one.
They called it something, some kind of a script. I'm like, what? I had to Google it.
Bill told Sarah, just send that to production, and then all they gotta do is all she had to do was write on there just a word change.
It's called Scrivener's script. Error, sorry. It's a Scrivener's error, which means there was a word left out. I'm surprised it's not necessary. Okay, and, there was a couple more, but she explained it. Also, I can share that with you guys before the next meeting, if you want it. That's why they're not in there. Gary, do you have any
No,
questions
ma'am.
on this copy? John? Approval of new position for a 12-month FTE custodian at Fieldhouse for this school year.
I'll let Mr. Unger elaborate a little bit on that, his recommendation after, I'll let you talk.
Probably
Full-time employee.
There you go.
a couple things resulted in the need for this. One, with all the changes with COVID, keeping our cleaning up to date and so on, and a lot of that stuff's after COVID. Also, we've been entering into some partnerships with different businesses and industries. In particular, industries like Honda, they require a high level of cleanliness in facilities and so on. In order to continue to make those partnerships, bring them in, work with our manufacturers, we need to make sure that our building is up to their standards. So in order to do this, we'll need one more individual to help keep these areas clean, keep our students safe.
Is this a night position or daytime position?
It's probably going to be kind of a mid, 4 hours after school and then 4 before school or during school.
Okay.
So we can get some cleaning done towards the end of the day. But some areas won't be able to clean. The lab areas, we can't clean until after school's out.
It's gonna be more of an afternoon
Yeah.
position.
Will they be able to take care of the Innovation Center as well?
Yeah, they'll be taking care of the Innovation Center and making sure that that's done correctly. The other labs on that end of the building, and then help with COVID and sterilization, sanitation.
Rob, this is ongoing, right? If you'll keep them past this school year, or will you look at it and decide if you need to keep them?
It would probably be a full-time.
Because it says for the 2021.
Well, right now it's for COVID, but I mean, once we, if adult ed starts improve, if it improves and we get more numbers, we're gonna need additional help.
As far as adult ed, that's all after school stuff?
Yeah.
So would that change that position to be more of a midnight position? Sure, they'll go till 8, 9 o'clock, I would assume, some of the stuff, wouldn't they?
Well, yeah,
So this one's 6 to 9.
we have a custodian there up until, what time's the afternoon ones relieved now? Is it like, it's after 9?
2 to 10?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I'm just concerned if it has to be, if they're using the facilities and you're talking about cleanliness and they leave, the adult ed is over, I'm just saying, if it happens to go to 9 o'clock.
Yeah, they would need to be there afterwards.
Yeah, they'd have to say, they wouldn't get it done in an hour based on what you said as far as the parameters for cleaning for specific companies. I'm just throwing it out there. I didn't know if there was a plan or if that would change with the adult ed. We'd have a ton of people coming out there and using half the building. That's gonna be a concern. That could have to extend into, I don't know, 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night. It would be a full afternoon position.
Yeah.
The afternoon janitor's there till 11, isn't she?
Yes.
I thought.
Any more questions on the FTE, custodian? I'll make a motion, we approve the new position. That's the Hill.
I second.
Okay, voting is open. Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Goff?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Great, motion carries.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Gotta keep our buildings clean.
approval of new position for the behavioral unit, education aid at Powhatan Elementary for the 2021 school year.
Make a motion.
Second.
The voting is open. Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Goff?
Yes.
Ms. Smith?
Yes. Motion carries. We're on to number 5, discussion and approval of psychologist compensation for preschool student evaluation.
Yeah, I could say something about this one. What happened over the summer, our preschool services are contracted through the Ohio Valley Education Service Center, and they provide a psychologist to do our evaluations. Well, the psychologist resigned over the summer, so there was nobody to do evaluations. They interviewed one person, but that person was wanting well over $50,000. Probably closer to 60 when it was all done. And we only have about 10 evaluations that are current that need to be renewed. And then we may have some initials, probably 4 to 6 initials. So altogether, those evaluations will cost us about $10,000. So it's really a $40,000 savings if our psychologists do it, instead of hiring somebody through the ESC. And again, that is not in our psychologist's contract to do preschool services. They're hired to do school age. So they would do these like after school, on weekends, any time off of the regular time. And like I said, it's not going to really amount to that much. Probably close to $10,000 total is what I'm projecting. And we don't have to pay benefits because they're already our employees.
I move we approve. Second.
Voting is open. Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Mr. Goff?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes. Motion carries. Which brings us to number 6, discussion and approval of school furniture for innovation classrooms at Swiss Hills. Any questions or clarifications on this one?
And that would have been the ones that Mr. Unger was elaborating on earlier.
I'll make a motion that we,
What's this furniture for?
Swiss Hills.
It's for the Swiss Hills Innovation Lab and it was what Mr. Unger was explaining there earlier.
Is it for the?
And how many classrooms?
4 classrooms.
4, the 4 new ones.
Not for adult education, right? Not
Well,
for adult education, is it?
Adult education, we utilize some of that.
They'll utilize
It's
parts
for
of that.
students and adults.
There's 4 classrooms and 6 teacher desks, so is some of that going elsewhere?
We have that other, the room in the main building, where the band lab used to be, where we had the sophomore academy.
Okay.
And some of that furniture is for that area too.
I assumed it was going.
Yeah.
on the executive soft touch leather chairs for the conference room, you might want to check. Where I work, we had those chairs and they cleaned them with, like regular cleaning stuff. So we replaced them, and the instructions say you can't use anything. You basically cannot disinfect those chairs. You can only use water on them to disinfect. So if you want to
We'll check with the manufacturer
check
on
that,
that.
and then I don't know if you could do like some slip covers just for, until the COVID passes, or any other questions for? Great, I make a motion that we approve the request for furniture for the Innovation Center and classroom. Right, classroom. Sorry, Connie.
You're fine.
I second.
Okay, voting is open. Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
No.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
No,
Motion carried, and that brings us to approval of August financial report. Any questions or issues with the financial reports for August?
Make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
The voting is open. Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Goss?
Abstain.
Mr. Winkler?
abstain.
Okay, that motion carries. Is it for old business?
No.
No.
No, we're on new business.
New, okay.
The last
See, I
two
didn't
items.
even listen to me. So that's it for
No,
We have two more items.
we added this too.
number 9?
Eight, number 8.
Let's
Approval
go
of
to number
agreement.
8, okay, all right. Sorry.
There's copies here.
Thank you.
I think the president should not have to run the meeting. I can just move around and.
This was mine, I added. Jerry, Gus, and I went to the Monroe Central Bridgeport ball game last week, and, here they had porta johns there and concession stand. And we found out earlier in the day, and I asked Jerry texts out here, and you can get anywhere, I guess. But, we were told that it wasn't in our lease to use the restrooms and the concession stand on the home side, which last year we knew it wasn't in there, so, the town was, village was nice enough to give us a key and let us use it, clean up afterwards. Well, because of the virus and everything, and I think, I don't know, if our administration or what was scared to go ahead and try to lease it off of the other ones, and so, I talked to Mr. Brooks, and, he said he already had it ready to go August the 28th, but no one came and signed it or offered anything, and me and some individuals offered to pay the money, and I know boosters always step up and do everything for the kids and parents and all this, and, I have before you addendum 2 that was drawn up by Mr. Brooks, and I want to thank him for his time. And it allows us, we got to provide all the supplies for both the concession and the restrooms there on that side. We're responsible to clean both facilities, which usually the boosters always did, and the parents, and responsible for all utility use, which I don't know how much we want to use, and will compensate the village $100 per game. As long as these conditions are met, we have permission to utilize these facilities starting Monday, August 31st, and extending throughout completion of 2020 Monroe Central football season. And this, I think, would be a lot cheaper than porta johns. And I'll be honest with you, if there was lined in porta johns over there, I don't know. You couldn't run to the other side real quick, or maybe the swimming pool would get filled, I don't know. So I'm just asking you if we can approve this, and maybe Mr. Ishii and Mr. Brooks can sign this, and we could have, because Monroe Central plays at River. I talked to Mr. Brooks, and he said if we pass this tonight, the key could be ours in the morning, and they could start. So I'm asking, I'd like to put a motion on the floor that we accept this.
I think that would be good.
I don't know if you guys remember, but when we were negotiating the contract with the field, we were told that we would be able to use that concession stand and those, bathrooms.
It says in there on the first page, I don't know what article it was, but that we take over the meter readings at the closing of the pool until the end of the fall season. But then it also says in there something about, see attached Exhibit A. And Exhibit A is a picture of the entire park, and it goes and it excludes the pool.
But let me tell you something.
But
I was sitting here, and I know who did it and how it's come. Those was telling me this wasn't used. And I don't know if you
Well, I'm saying we had a verbal agreement to use that facility. I'm not wild about paying for it, and I don't think that we pay for anybody else's concession stand, do we?
Well, I don't know
The
who you had,
boosters,
who'd you have a verbal agreement with?
the village of Woodfield,
Well,
when was it signed, Rob?
Well, yeah, but the agreement's
year,
gotta be in writing. The agreement's gotta be in writing, it can't
Well,
be
if
verbal.
you can take your word, then it should be
Yeah.
able to be verbal, which is what we did.
Well,
You better talk to the lawyers, because there ain't no such thing as taking their word.
and I don't
It's
remember
gonna be
making
in
a verbal
writing.
agreement, I must not have been there.
Well, we can go back and pull the meeting, recording. It was,
Well, I'm just here to get this passed, so I made a motion.
I second.
Rob, do we pay for anybody else's concession stand? At River, you've got the, football moms and the 200 Club.
The concession
Especially the
stand's just
tag
moved in.
We're running the
And
back.
are we having, Switzerland of Ohio Local School District staff to clean these facilities? We're gonna have to pay them.
No, you got boosters.
Well, then we need to change that. Because right in that wording
Yeah,
right
we're
there.
responsible for this, but the boosters always do it. They do it at every school, we got boosters, we got parents that
But
do
it
it.
doesn't say in any agreement that Switzerland is responsible to clean those facilities like it does here. So your boosters could say, and I'm not saying they will, but your boosters could say,
Let
we're
me
not
tell you
cleaning
something.
it.
If they won't clean it, I will clean it.
Well, I think what she's saying is, based on what we've had these problems before, if we say Switzerland, Ohio is responsible, what's gonna stop OPSI to file agreements to say, I want that job after that game to clean them? I'm just saying, I know what you're saying,
That's against.
boosters probably will, so what's gonna stop them from filing agreements if you don't take that out there, it's just, I think you're opening up a can of worms, Ronnie. I believe me, I've been around the sports for a long time, and I know the parents, and our kids cleaned our field house. We had cleanup crews every
Oh,
single
yeah,
time.
they've done.
And I agree with you,
that.
but I think that's opening a can of worms, especially the clean part.
I don't think so. Someone's gotta finally understand our employees. I don't think they would file grievance on it.
Well, they have for a lot of other things.
I know, but
I'm telling you, I can guarantee you that's gonna be a grievance. It can especially, do custodians clean after basketball games and volleyball games? They get paid.
Okay.
Even though they've let the parents go through and pick up all the bottles and they say, will you please pick up your trash? They're still what? They get paid 2 hours. I understand what you're saying. I'm not arguing the point that they won't do it. But I feel like that's gonna be a grievance.
I'm sorry, Marquis. Down at River High School, football game. Who do you think cleans up the football field and everything?
I know who does it,
Yeah, the 200 Club goes over here, the football moms.
but you're talking about a restroom
Cheerleaders.
facility.
The
And the rest-
principal, I've seen the principal and his family at River,
I'm not saying they won't, but I just,
same way at
I feel
Belleville, I've
it.
seen people over
And
there.
you don't have anything saying that Switzerland is responsible.
Well, can I ask you something? Who's responsible for cleaning up the football field there afterwards?
well, it should be, a grounds crew should do it.
Okay, do we get agreements from that?
You don't have anything anywhere in writing that says Switzerland of Ohio Local School District is responsible to clean that facility after that game.
You probably do in that,
Yes, we
in
do,
the
at
lease,
least.
it probably, it says,
Well, I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
There's no lease at River.
No, I'm saying it, my
That's
official, the lease that we signed.
That's what I'm saying. At River,
Has
you don't
anybody
have that in
got a copy
writing.
I ain't saying it. I'm saying the lease And Monroe Central says we will clean up, the school district will clean up after the game.
Yeah.
Did we ever get agreements on that?
They have so many hours.
Huh?
They have so much time too. to
Yeah.
do it. It's, that is
So,
in there.
don't the parents and all the boosters clean up after that game? Did we ever get agreements on that one? Yep.
I'm not saying, I said, it just seems like if you put that in there, the Switzerland Ohio Local School District is required to clean up. I think that wording is just a little, for me, I'm just saying, I'm
I know, but
expressing my opinion.
I'm saying it's the same thing as in our other leagues.
So what do we do if there is a grievance filed?
I'll pay the thing.
That's not the point.
If they, I'm telling you, those people will not file grievance on cleaning up.
Okay,
You can't
I'll take your word for it,
verbal,
Ronnie.
you just
I'll
told
take
me.
your word for it.
I
I'm gonna leave it alone, right
want a
there.
word for it too, and that don't work.
Well, I'm just saying, he's adamant.
You're
and-
also opening up for every other boosters organization
Well,
to ask you for money.
if I
to go
can
to-
lease that
Ron,
myself,
I'm making a point.
what's
You're
that?
gonna open yourself up for every booster organization to come and say, I want some money for my concession stand too. If I was a River football mom still, I would come and say, hey, Mark Roman, I need some money. We had to pay for that concession stand and get it all ready out of our money. Do you see what I'm saying? They're gonna want help too.
The fact is, it needs to be done, we need the facility for what has to be done. I agree everything what you say.
But what I'm saying, this money will come out of athletic fund at that school. It'll come out of Monroe Central's athletic fund.
Because Mr. Ishii was paying for the porta
Porta
johns.
johns, yes.
And if somebody files a grievance,
I talked to him the other
then tell
day.
them next week you're here, we're gonna put you on payroll to do
Well,
it.
you don't go into stuff hoping or
That's my only
thinking really
thing.
hard that nobody's
I'm not
gonna
saying it
file
will
a
happen.
grievance.
I just have, as soon as I saw that, that was the first thing I thought of because I've been here long enough to see some pretty silly grievances come across the table. And that just seems to be a real easy, because there'll be people there at the ball game, hey, I could get an extra 2 hours tonight, and pay for my ball game. What the heck, I'm here anyway.
Let them do it, and we'll pay them.
Okay.
No, we won't.
That's a great way to run a business.
And that's, I love everything about this, Ronnie, and if you got, if you did the legwork to get it done, that's awesome,
This
because
is all about
it needs to
the
be
kids.
done.
And
It's all about for the
Mr.
kids,
Brooks,
really.
went out of his way to help us, and I'm saying the village, it's time, that's why I'm upset with everything going on in this district. We gotta work together if this district's gonna go.
I agree 100%. That, I mean, it's OPSI, SEOA,
Yes.
administration,
All of
the board, I say, yeah. I just expressed my concern, that's it.
Maybe I'm wrong, maybe Mr. Ishii doesn't wanna sign this, I mean, ask him, I just,
Well, I can't think that he wouldn't. I mean, for $100 a game,
yeah.
as opposed to, I know
When I
Porter
talked to him earlier in the
$75.
week, there was, this wasn't
75 a
the,
month.
this wasn't,
75, oh,
the
I
amount.
know, I'm getting one this weekend, 75 for
it
the
was
weekend.
completely different.
I know what the amount was.
And what he wanted to do was, since they have 6 games, not sure, and they already played a home game, blah, anyway, he was wanting to wait till next year. But now, I mean, I'm sure he would probably,
That's cheaper than Portage.
right.
Is he obligated for the Porta Johns for the whole season?
I wouldn't think so.
I hope not.
Once at a time.
Doesn't sound like they really
1
want
month?
together too well.
At a time.
So what happens with the junior high when they play out there? Will it be 100 for those also, I
No,
assume?
they're not included in this.
So they're gonna have
Is
to
there,
have Porta
is there a junior
Johns?
high schedule?
Yeah.
I would say if the junior high wants this, they go to Mr. Brooks and talk to Mr. Brooks, he's willing to work with us, I'm telling you. And if the junior high wants to do it, and they say, we'll clean it up and all that, then fine, you know,
No, you're right, that's the way it should be,
yeah.
in a perfect world.
I remember a few years ago, this was before we signed the long-term agreement, Mr. Sherman was there, and he said, because I asked about cleanup, because it was in the yearly lease, and he said that the boosters and the parents normally did it.
I guarantee you, there's booster groups out there, the sideliners, the football mom, all this.
And you're talking about the same gentleman that stormed out of our meeting in the middle of my sentence, calling over his shoulder that we're a joke. That's the last time I saw Mr. Brooks.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying, he bent over backwards to help us with this, because I just don't feel that, over there, they had to go clear to the other side to use restrooms.
It was agreed, Ron,
Yeah.
nobody needed to work on anything, but
That's
go
where
back and
80%
listen
of
to
your
the
crowd's
recording of that
Gotta find
meeting,
out what he's
where it was
contractually obligated to
presented,
enforce.
that, and we talked in depth about that,
Here, right?
and we were
Yeah,
permitted to
you've
use
got
that.
home games, you've got playoffs coming, junior high, you're probably gonna have at least
Coach
3.
stands for all things.
Separate, so you're talking
Apparently,
$600,
people's
$700.
Now,
Per game.
I mean,
So,
100 per game total,
If you
$600-700.
don't want this, that's fine, but I thought I'd just bring
we
it
got a
up.
motion on the floor, second, we gotta vote on it, we gotta vote on it.
I have one question, and something that Mark just said. If, we need to find out from Mr. Ishii, if he's already paid for a month's worth of porta-johns, that's probably gonna be more than this already is, and he's already obligated, so is it, if he can get out of it, gotta find out if he can get out of that.
Yeah, most of the time, you're probably looking at about $85 right around there for the porta-john. If
Per-
you got two
per
of them,
john.
Per porta-john, yeah.
Per night,
How many are
No,
there?
per month.
Per
Yeah, so
month.
$170 for two porta-johns,
Okay.
but they
I
can
don't know how
come,
many was there.
yeah, they can come pick them up anytime. I mean, you're kind
Not-
of,
not
but
a-
you're paid by the month generally.
If Mr. Ishii doesn't want to sign this, he don't have to sign it.
But what you're doing there too is, and it's like Mr. Caldwell said, you're 80% of your crowd's gonna be your home crowd, the way the COVID-19 set up now. Those people are gonna have to walk the entire field to go use bathrooms if you
Yeah.
don't have porta-johns there.
And it doesn't
Or to go
sound-
to the concession stand.
Or to go to the
Doesn't sound like
concession
there's-
stand also.
So
Yeah.
right now, the concession stand isn't open either?
Just, you gotta go clear on the visitor
Over
side.
The
Red
red building on
building.
the other side.
I thought it was, agreed.
We can table it and listen to his minutes and hold him to it.
There's a motion on the floor, I wanna vote.
I voted.
Oh.
No.
When did we sign that agreement, Connie?
Mr. Winkler?
18?
Yes,
Mr. Gus?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
No, for all the reasons stated.
Greg, do you want to change your vote? You abstained.
I didn't know.
I didn't know I voted either.
Okay, let me, hold on a second.
I mean, I know I voted in the roll call, but I didn't think of it.
You gotta give us a program.
Okay,
Can we
alright.
vote, do you want us to vote again, or what?
No.
I fixed it. Bev, yes. Sarah,
Yes.
no. Jerry, yes. Ron, yes. Greg, yes. And I hit save, it's on it.
All right, motion carries, and we will move on to number 9, approval of VP Architect change order for document for the Smithfield Career Center for restroom renovation. Any questions?
And that was for the 3 labs, the auto lab, welding lab, and construction.
If there's no questions, I'll make a motion to approve the change order.
Second.
Voting is open. Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
no,
Motion carries, that's all for whatever business we were in, new business. And that brings us to public participation, and I have a public participation request from Ron here regarding school district status.
is Cindy out there?
Yes.
Cindy, I'd like for you to come in here a minute when I read my. Okay? I'll wrote this down because I'm upset with where the district's going. I have to write this down. The morale of this district is the lowest I have ever seen it since I've been on the board. When you bring outsiders into our district, this is what happens. It seems like we're hiring all their friends, give them a big contract, and employees that we have been with us for years are not getting this. think this is fair? I asked before that, board members be notified when interviews take place and up to 2 board members sent in. We are paying consultants dollars to do stuff that we always did. Write letters, newsletters, crisis evaluations, we could do it with our principals. And they always did newsletters before. Superintendent did the evaluations. I don't know why we had to bring someone in to do evaluations. If we're going to pay people, let's pay our own people. No one is keeping us. Really inform what's going on in the district. Every month we thought we were supposed to get 2 text messages. I never got any for a long time. We don't know what's going on. If you don't respond to board members, then I know when I hear people say, well, they don't call me back, I can agree. At least when Jeff Greenlee was here, I knew I got something every month from what was going on. Please keep us notified. Jerry and I sat in on the teacher negotiation on contracts. We're asking that you join with us, I know me and Jerry talked that day, and try and get the teachers and OC contracts held. If administrator hadn't hid behind the code virus and stayed home, which I said and stayed home and started negotiations early, we wouldn't be in the phase we're in now. Rob, I don't know how these people got this, right to stay home. And I didn't know anything about it until people called me and said they called out here and they only want to get a hold of the secretary. Other people worked at home because I asked them, and even Sarah, and they fill out worksheets. I'm just asking that if it happens again, please notify the board and have worksheets filled out where the board can review them. Please, I'm asking you, just please, people, bring the district back together, because everywhere I go, morale is bad in our district. Thank you.
I don't have any other public participation, do you?
No, we do not.
That concludes public participation. At this time, I need a motion to adjourn to executive session for preparing, conducting, or reviewing negotiations or bargaining sessions with public employees concerning their compensation or other terms and conditions of employment.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
Second.
Voting is open.
I don't have to make the difference, but there's a typo in the word negotiate, N-E-G-O-C-I-A-T-I-O-N.
I'll fix it. Thank you.
If I could think fast enough, I would have read it with C.
Negotiation.
Are you getting your voting box? Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. All right.
Where are we going?
Mr. Shoemaker.
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson.
Yes.
Mr. Guy.
Yes.
Mrs. Smith.
Where are we going?
Mr. Winkler.
Yes.
Not sure. All right, this
Stay in
meeting
there,
is
going
adjourning into executive session, that's the record, so 7:45. We adjourn to.
Back in the room?
How you doing, Larry?
Okay, I'm gonna.
Good, Jerry. What you?
Set that down. Go down, I want you to trip.
Don't trip over that cord, Jerry. Or, Jerry.
You trip and fall and start.
Don't watch, don't trip.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
8 or something.
Yeah, they're just posted it.
Yeah, I was like, you want to get up so early now.
I mean, you ain't 2 minutes.
I'd like to call this meeting back to order. Let the record show that 9:31, we reconvened in open session. At this time, I need a motion to adjourn to executive session for matters required to be confidential by federal law or rules or state statutes.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, voting is open.
I'm a yes, I'm just.
Okay. Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Goss?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
I'll call this meeting to reconvene, to adjourn to executive session.
That one has not been done.
There we go. But like, it wouldn't let me do it from there, so. Hold on one moment, let me put you in a new room so you're not live.
we're good. Okay. All right, I'd like to call this meeting back to order. Let the record show that we reconvened in open session at 11:19. And at this time, I need a motion to adjourn to executive session for the purpose of consideration of the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, or compensation of public employee or official.
So moved. Second.
Okay, voting is open. Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Winkler,
Yes.
Mr. Goss,
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith.
Yes. Motion carries. Let the record show that at 11:20, we convene to executive session.
Clean those.
And back in the other room.
Okay.
was my fault, I thought that's where you wanted it to.
We good up there? Okay. Okay,
You ready, Will?
we're good.
All right, I'd like to call this meeting back to order. Let the record show that we are reconvening to open session at 12:40 a.m. I hear you giggling over there, Ron. We're at Treasurer's report. Thank you.
The items that I have on here are just to set up, revenue appropriations and then do my paperwork to the county. The first one's a $12,000 budget, for the Ohio Arts Council. You guys approved the $6,000 that already came in. We're anticipating another $6,000 for that, so I just figured that I would set the budget at $12,000 instead of coming back again when we got the other check, so that takes care of that one. And then the next one is the additional money that River is asking for the Fieldhouse that you guys approved earlier. The next one is the restroom renovation, you guys approved. New money that we're getting in from ODE for another grant. And then the last one was $125,000 for transfer to the adult education fund. This was an item on the agenda. I just realized that it was removed. Did you make one copy? You're gonna get more copies. That's a budget that was sent down from James that I think was originally a line item and it got removed. So that's why I put it on my report, because they needed a budget set up. Adult education obviously is not bringing in revenue right now because there's no classes. So that's why the transfer is needed, but we're getting copies of those for everybody, for that budget.
The 012 fund, that would be their fund, is that the only, entity, department that uses that 012?
Yes, that fund is just for adult education.
Okay. And are you able to track the, COVID and CARES Act money that we've received and then what we've used that for so far?
I can, yes, I can research that and get information, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Are these the same things, Ron? Okay.
I need one copy back. Oh my God.
Maybe figure out what those.
Thank you. That's all I have on my report, if you guys have any questions.
So on adult education, we're budgeting $125,000, and I think they said we had 6 students coming in at 1,600, was it?
1,600 per student, yeah.
It's gonna be running, that's correct.
No, I think, this first class may be self-sufficient.
1,650.
Four kids on the first class.
1,650 for tuition.
It's four students to break even on that course anyway.
You made some.
1,650 times 6.
What is it, Jerry?
Okay, we're bringing in 1,600. It's $50 per 6 people in this class, all right?
What's the $60? Oh, $16.50? That's what you're saying, it's
Yeah, I'm gonna get my calculator
Right.
out there and see if I can. 1650.
I had 1550.
6. Comes to
I wrote down
9,900.
1650.
But yet, we're gonna be spending all this money here, so how are we breaking? We're gonna be making money, I don't understand.
Gary,
that.
that's one class in front of you. That's
That's
not
what
all
I'm
the
saying.
classes for the year, that's the first one enrolled. That's
So the
first
whole
session.
year, it's only gonna cost us $125,000?
That's what he asked for a budget to get started. He turned in a 3-year budget, and Connie said she can just work with one budget at 1 year's worth at a time. That's what's in.
So our budget's 125, and we're gonna bring in 99 for the first class. How many classes are you projected to have?
Well, he
I'm
said in
pretty sure.
October, or not,
Well,
yeah.
it runs until,
December, the
December, another one.
and then now we're
January.
starting in January to March.
And he said 3 in April, or 3 in the
You mentioned
spring.
something about the heavy, the equipment.
Heavy
and,
equipment, STNA,
STNA.
and chemical operators.
Yeah.
We're gonna use our heavy equipment to training for adult education? We are?
Why wouldn't we?
I thought we had agreement that it would be just for the, when we voted for it, I thought we said that it would be used for just the kids. I'm gonna check into that. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure it was supposed to be for the kids. We wasn't even supposed to go out in the field and do jobs with that when we approved that. I could be wrong, but I'll check into it, because I guess,
Financially, I don't think that it's good not to use your resources for,
well, as a board member, I agree to purchase that equipment for the use for the kids, not for adults. That's what I'm saying. If I knew it was gonna be for adults, I would have never voted for it. Is what I'm saying as a board member. I thought it was just gonna be for the kids only when we voted on that.
I can tell him that we won't be teaching.
No, you do what you want. I'm just telling you what I thought when we voted on that.
I'll support you,
That's
Jerry.
what my,
I'll support you, Jerry, we will not have an adult class using those, so we'll wipe that class out.
that's good.
Well, keep in mind, Jerry's one board member.
Yeah, that's right. We got 5 board members, or maybe 4 others want it.
I don't recall that part of the conversation, but
Mark, does this have to be added to this?
It is in my treasurer's report.
I mean, if he's gonna start a class, he needs some type of budget, right?
Yeah, and I
Yeah,
guess
I'm not saying
logically,
that.
we're
Use the money
thinking
from
that
it,
the school owns the equipment, and if there's
I'll be right back.
students that we're dual using the facilities that we built for the secondary, which the secondary students have an opportunity and a lot of times to also be sitting in those adult classes too. There are, technically should be thinking of them as a pipeline of students, leading over into school and additional education that we can provide as a school system for them.
What I'm saying, Cindy, is I'm just one board member, but when we voted on it, I was under assumption that money, that equipment would be used by our kids only for their education. That's why I voted on it. If I knew that we was gonna let the adult education classes use it, I would have never voted on it. I'm going on record saying I don't support them using it. There's 5 board members up there, 4 others might agree with it. So don't say you're gonna cancel a class or something, because these 4 might want it. I'm going on record.
I'm working on right now, I'm gonna attach this budget to my section. So it's actually on the board doc. If you refresh, you'll see the attachment on there.
Now, what's the, like it says, program year 2020, we kind of use the school year. That, is he gonna use that up by December? And then he'll request another 96 in 21?
This year, but up until like June 30th. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the first I've seen this, and I like, what's personal and fringe, what's that?
Salaries?
Personnel.
Salary.
Yeah, personnel, not personal.
So we're paying someone $18,000, he ain't gonna give very much for $18,000.
They're paid hourly.
They're paying hourly.
So I think what you do is you calculate how many hours you teach that class, and it's an hourly.
So when it goes into the 012 fund, you can't bring it back out, right?
No.
Does he have a projection anywhere, any like amount of classes he wants to have in? Like, I know he said for the rest of this year, did he say how many classes he would have?
I thought that's what he said when he was projecting when, I thought that's what he shared today. He was projecting.
I mean, he said STNA and heavy equipment, but.
And a second chemical operator.
I know that they're continually working with industry partners to know what courses to offer, and also to make sure they can align the right licensed person to give them the industry credential that needs to go along with them. I know that they are constantly working for that partnership to build that, so I think it's, I'm speaking when he's the one who should be answering, but, I think that the idea is to grow and be responsive to our industry partners in the area when they say, all of a sudden, I need to produce this, I need folks trained on this, and that we can be flexible enough to make it happen fast. That's the partnership they're trying to build. But I think he shared today what the projection was to get started here.
I guess I mean, I guess it's not a huge amount of money, and over on the, clear on the right-hand side, that's cut off for us, is it?
It's a total amount. The only one that we're worried about right now, I can only budget for, is the first column.
Oh, okay, you're not asking.
So I'm only asking for
Okay.
$125,000, because I can't do budgets 2 years out.
You can see how he's
Because it'll close
projecting
out.
that he needs more money to start, but it goes down from there.
So the
You're looking
column,
at operating budget is what you're looking at.
so the column 2020 is all I can budget for this year.
I think what I was kind of thinking is, his revenue from his classes will go into this account,
Yes.
right?
Yes. Because this fund is specifically just for adult education, so anything happening with that will have to be accounted for in this fund.
You're seeing the budget too, because they're looking at collecting money here at the end of the month and wanting an account to put it into.
did he figure that he needs 4 people to break even?
How many hours the industry credential takes, cost of the teacher. Those would be 2. I don't know if he's done any more, but I know those would be 2.
So here's something that we can do. This is just the expense side of it. Once I'll have him do a estimate of revenue that he's suggesting, or he's thinking that we're going to get in, and then I will have to bring it back anyways and set up the budget for revenue. Tells me an amount, an estimate.
Is it, to accept the revenue, is it a separate line item, or?
It'll be revenue coming in. This is actually just on the transfer.
Oh, that would be in your revenue,
Right.
report.
Right, it'll
Okay.
be it'll be in new, just like above, when you're saying you're getting new money in, we're doing the revenue side. But this is a transfer. So once I get a revenue estimate, I'll have to bring it back anyways and have it set up for the revenue side. Because it'll be new money coming in that wasn't accounted for in July 1. Let me make sure. We don't have time to set it there. Let me just check that out.
This line item says revenue and appropriation in our system, but maybe
Right.
it's just the wording.
It's because if you do a transfer, it's going to be revenue in.
Okay.
It's gonna be an expenditure out of general fund, revenue into, the adult education fund.
So once this money's taken out of general fund, it's $125,000, our general fund will never get reimbursed, right?
No, the money cannot go back. It will have to be spent from adult education. General fund can do a transfer to any fund that you approve, but no other fund can be transferred out of. Once the money gets in there, it's in there.
So the revenue from the fees won't go back into the general, it'll go into this fund.
Anything associated with adult education will have to get run through this fund, yes. Nothing will hit general fund. So the revenue coming in from tuition will not hit general fund.
So if we do away with adult education, say next year, we get more money, and that money we put in, we can't get it back then even? What happens with it?
It just sits in there and you use it. You can't transfer it back out.
Any more funds like that?
Every fund except for general fund.
I knew that from the capital, improvement fund or something.
Yes. Now, the only way, I know I'm complicating things, but the only way you could get money back is if you did it in advance. So, general fund could do an advance of the money and eventually pay it back. But then if you don't get the revenue enough to cover that advance for the fiscal year, then you're gonna be,
Yeah, we'll pay the bills.
Gonna have a finding,
right, huh?
gonna have a finding.
Because no fund can end in a negative at the end of the year. So if you do an advance, and you have to pay that money back by the end of the fiscal year, then if I do an advance for $125,000, you don't get the revenue in, and I have to pay it back by the end of the year, then that fund's gonna be in the negative, so there's no revenue to cover the advance.
You're right, that complicated.
Yeah. So let's not do that.
Is there bills and stuff?
I'm just saying, that's another option, but.
Yeah. But, I mean, we got adult ed, we need to support adult ed, It just needs to make sense. But, like, does he have, stuff out there that needs paid, POs or?
I think there was a few POs that, that I've got to look into to make sure they were supposed to hit the adult education fund, from prior, not from this, but I'm gonna look at it tomorrow to make sure there's nothing in there that needs corrected. Because there's a couple things that hit the account, I looked at it yesterday. But I
After
gotta-
PO is paid, can you recode it?
Yeah, we can do it. If it's, that's what I wanna get with James probably tomorrow to see if all that was supposed to come out of there.
See, supplies, the equipment, $70,000, don't we have equipment out there?
Yeah, but that could be, curriculum.
The only transfer that's ever been done that you guys have approved already would be, salary, James's salary, because since he's adult education coordinator, then that's where his salary comes from too.
Does anyone have any issues, I mean, other than getting it timely? Like, I mean, we gotta put a budget out there for them, right?
Class starts September 28th, right?
Yeah. We gotta have a place to put the revenue. Maybe next board meeting, that's forward. Would it make more sense to you to wait till the next board meeting, and what does that hold up? Or a smaller,
Well, what it holds up from doing any classes if they don't approve the transfer right now? If they don't do the transfer, no purchases will be able to be made. What happens if you don't approve it? All did? Don't know the money part. Accepting tuition in. What do we do if we accept the tuition in and also we have a teacher?
I would say we would still be obligated to pay the stuff, this just seems like a better way to track it. Because you can separate it all out very easily, what monies were spent for adult ed, and what revenue came in. I think there'd be like a little button you could push and get a report, but I kind of doubt it.
Unfortunately not, but, yeah, I mean, that's up to you guys, if you wanna, vote on all items except for that one, and I'll have to get a revenue budget, from James. Like he's anticipating, if that would help your decision.
Well, when I thought we were doing all three of them, I was just a little bit concerned that that was a lot of money that we were stocking away.
Right.
We know we're gonna spend $125,000, and even if it's over the next 3 years, I mean, it'll get spent. That makes it a little better for me. I would like a little more information, but he has $125,000 there. If she spends nothing on marketing and outreach and $2,000 on travel, that's no incident, right? Like, that's not an issue.
Yeah.
long as he doesn't go over the 125.
He needs something to start with, like, he has no budget, so, like, you don't wanna do the 125 and do a download into it again on another time, but it would be nice for him to have something to start with.
And so then how does that work, like if he does marketing and outreach? Does any of that get approved before the board, or does Rob approve it then, or does he send it right to you?
No, it'll be by, you guys are approving the transfers at the fund level.
Right.
So we have $125,000 to spend. I mean, this is initially where we'll put the budget account. But if he spends $2,000 less in another item and needs it in another line item, then the money can be moved around however we need it to.
Right. But like when the purchase order comes in, how does that approval go? James is the director of adult ed, so I could see it going straight to you, or I could see it going to Rob. And then does the board see that on the financial reports, or do they approve it before?
You'll see it on the check register. So whoever gets paid for the services, it'll be on the check register. That's how you, or the financial report, not broke down by PO or anything like that, but it'll be on the check register, and the vendor whoever
And you
paid.
want to? So how would the PO process go?
James will probably do the requisition, I would assume, or Martha, one of the two, but it would be directed by James. He'll have to pick a vendor or whatever he's gonna buy, and then whatever account number we give them is what they'll use for whatever section, or whatever category they're spending it from. And then it'll go through the requisition process, just like normal. It'll have to be approved by us, and then PO will be issued.
Any other questions or discussion? Well, I'll make a motion that we put $125,000 in the 012 and get the revenue budget from James.
So are you approving the whole treasurer's report?
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine, I just wanna make sure.
We can pull that up, both separate.
Whatever you guys wanna do. I just type it. You guys tell me what to do. I can make 2 different motions on this, if that's what you guys wanna do.
And I'm fine to amend my motion to include the whole treasurer's report. And transfers amendment.
Okay.
Your motion's for the whole, I'll say.
Voting is open.
Did I vote? My box just like disappeared.
No, I don't see anything.
It's still on.
Wait a minute, let me close it and open back up. Okay, now I open it back up.
There you go.
See it?
I'm
Yes.
abstaining. Thank you.
Okay. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
Thanks.
Mr. Winkler?
No.
Motion carries, which brings us to personnel. So on administrative, I had asked for those contracts. We got 1 page of Nicole's. Is there any questions or anything of administrative?
So is there more than one page to the Coles contract?
Well, my question is that this, the one page only addresses to me her salary. It doesn't address the other benefits.
It's one page like that, isn't it? They're all uniform.
Yeah, if it's only one page like that, they're uniform. What my office does, if it's approved like it is, like it looks like hers is, she will receive the normal benefits any employee gets, no special benefits, I guess I should say. There are no pickups or anything like that, because it's not, if you look at the administrative, it says contract, 1-year contract effective. There's nothing in that rating that says you're approving any special pickups. So unless that's in black and white right there, we don't do any, like my girls will not process anything except for what a normal employee gets. So normal employee, everybody gets 50,000 life insurance. That's what she's gonna get. Everybody gets 90/10 for insurance. That's what she's gonna get. She won't receive any board pickup.
Life insurance, 50,000.
50,000, she'll get that. So unless it's spelled out in that or a contract is attached, we will not do that.
That's one board doc.
I don't have a copy of that. Does it say the salary on there?
Yes, I think.
Only 50,000 life insurance.
50,000 life insurance, everybody gets that. Everybody gets 90/10 insurance. They'll get the 14% board pickup. But the other, if they're STRS, there's another 14% on top of that. The employee will pay that, not the board. They'll get dental, everybody gets dental. So anything every employee gets, they'll get the standard package, I guess I should say.
And I'm not sure, I don't mean to be a pain, but what authorizes you to do standard? I mean, I know that's how we've done it, but.
Because it's not spelled out that there's gonna be board pickup or insurance pickup or anything like that in black and white. So any employee that gets hired here gets that packet. I mean, it's a standard pack, every employee gets it. If they have insurance benefits, that's what they're gonna get, 90/10. I also, in the spreadsheet that I sent you guys, that she requested, and I sent it to all of you, in the bottom of that spreadsheet in red, it tells you what a standard employee gets.
I did see that.
Not a standard employee, but the package that everybody will get.
Rob, do you have a copy of this over there? There's like a random date.
The only one I got, I'm looking on, I don't have a hard copy. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, about that 2019.
Yeah, where are you seeing that at?
It's attached to board docs.
Yeah. So, second paragraph, which is like a third line, and it says 2019.
I don't think that's supposed to be there, I think that was a typo. I don't think it belongs.
Yeah, I guess it ain't supposed to be in there. Yes, but there wasn't.
All right, I'm gonna make a motion to table these two. I can't move on to the other one anyway, because I don't have a contract. I make a motion that we table the administrative.
I'll second it.
Voting is open.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Goss?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Okay, so under certificated, does anyone need anything pulled out there, or?
I just had a question about Teresa Sherman. Is she doing remote into the school? I mean, I know she's not going to be in the school. Is she teaching remotely into the school or teaching?
Into the school,
Rather remote?
into the school.
So do we need an aide in that classroom
Mr.
then?
Simple's already got it taken care of. He's got it filled with someone already in the building. Yeah.
Why do we need to change on Erin Miller? Staff?
Her start date?
Nope.
How about Shirley George? I thought we approved her before. What happened there?
She finally turned in her. It looks like both of them are changing columns.
Bachelor's to bachelor's
Yeah.
plus.
Went from bachelor's to
They're
bachelor's
changing
plus.
avenues.
So they've given you the paperwork to,
I didn't have it before.
Got a different pay scale from BA to BA plus?
Yes.
And she didn't turn it in, so that's why we have to re-vote on it.
and then I noticed that there weren't FMLA forms attached.
Seeing that issue. Form, would I pass to Andy?
The FMLA form. It's been there on previous agendas.
Is been attached because they have. I don't know, I have not.
Form I-24 application for leave. I think I've seen a different one too.
Should they both be, one's unpaid and one's not, one is paid, or should it does say unpaid? You know,
What's that?
because the issue says unpaid, but the one below Brianne Dean doesn't say unpaid. Is
I
there-
would say
is there a difference?
then, yeah, she can start using sick days. Is that correct?
Oh, that's the difference?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unpaid, that means you're going days without pay.
Is she getting the forms wrong?
Too late now. Got a couple items left.
I have Liz or something. Oh, no.
One more. Second one, mom and dad. You don't forget me.
It says they 25 after one.
Yes, it does. I'm going, just go to sleep, I'll wait till they get there.
So what time do they have to start their day on?
They don't have, they can start any time, but they've been getting up about 6:30.
Wow.
Well, they're used to getting on the bus at 6:15.
Oh, yeah.
They just wanna get up and get it accomplished.
And then have the rest of the day to do whatever.
Are they enjoying it, or? If right now, it's probably still new.
Yeah. A little stressful for one, the other one's okay.
Are you able to help them, or mom and dad?
Probably doing her
They're
homework
my
for her.
Huh?
Yeah.
Probably doing the homework for her. Oh, that's right, she's working from home, she ain't got time.
Tomorrow, I'm try to make sure Laura gets caught up from, because he couldn't access his class till today. The one. Huh?
So now he has to catch up?
Uh-huh.
I heard that same thing from a couple that didn't his baseball with, that they had in their classes loaded or something.
He could get all of his but the one, and they found out the fix for him.
Did we table those, or is more of a formality because they've already started?
really athletic or something?
I don't know.
I think that's what she was saying.
Yeah.
It does have some personal information on it.
Well, we have this person.
She's got them on her computer. Huh? They wouldn't be up there with Sarah's
They go
birth
up
card.
to their birth card,
Yeah,
don't
it's in
they?
LA.
It might be in their individual folder.
I think it's probably with their birth card.
You have that one? Is the other one maybe at the doctor's? I mean, she had to turn one in though, somewhere.
I approved them, but then they go to, I think, Treasury.
Who normally puts them on the board agenda? All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and make the motion to approve it all.
Certified.
Certificated.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we approve certificated.
Is that what you needed, proof that there's a form?
Well, I mean, it's usually always attached, and they weren't attached.
I'm not sure why we're attaching them when they have this kind of.
We have another one attached.
Policy that was happening before it came.
No, I
I'll
mean,
find
to
out if
today's
I-
under executive.
Oh, then I'll have to ask if I have the ability to do it.
Second, I'll second it.
Thank you, Ron.
I just want-
Okay, voting is open. Jerry?
What do we vote?
Certificated.
Certificate.
Yeah, yes.
And we are under the understanding that with the, remote, we're gonna monitor them and review them. What did we determine?
Quarter, well,
Grading.
grading period.
Grading period.
Grading period.
Up
And
to
then
first grading period.
Are we able to do,
With extensions being approved by the
Superintendent.
superintendent. Mrs. Smith?
yes,
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Goss?
Yes.
motion carried on certificated, we're on classified. And this one also will be monitored as well, and are you gonna make a work at home log for them, Rob, or?
Which one are you on?
I'm on classified.
Classified.
We had a remote in the last one, we have a remote here too.
So you're monitoring remote,
Oh, yeah.
but
Up to first grading period with possible extension to the
Wait.
superintendent.
that's pretty quick,
Up
Deb.
to.
That's your first grading period. And then I lost you after
With
that.
possible extension by the superintendent.
Extension. All right, I got you. Thank you.
I make a motion to approve classified.
I'll second.
Okay, voting is open.
Yes.
This did the rest, but I must Jeremy and they can see that.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Abstain.
So on, motion carries, which brings us to substitutes. We're approving a van driver for last summer. Substitute.
Yeah, that was so she can get paid because she'd never been approved. She had her license, her van license and everything, and worked on the summer feeding program.
That was for just this past summer.
Right.
We're just one summer behind.
Yeah.
Oh, rolling around.
Finally figured it out. Get approved.
Second.
Yes.
What am I missing?
Okay, voting
When
is open.
last summer? Yeah, this past summer.
2020, COVID summer.
I'll vote yes, mine just,
Mr. Winkler?
yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes. Motion carries, and it brings us to
Supplemental.
supplementals. Any questions or issues on supplemental? Hearing none, I'll make a motion to approve the supplemental.
Second.
Voting is open. Ronnie?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
You know, I don't know the, different ways that they attach it, but if they don't attach it right, it's a Word document, and every time we open it, it makes us save it to our computer. Do you know how many documents I probably have out there? Let's see, what I'm looking at is the Fall Athletic Volunteers, however, she's attached it.
Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
Is this for volunteers?
No.
No, we're still doing supplemental.
Oh, okay, yes, I did vote yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
There.
Okay.
Can you just hit is there an option on there to just open?
Mine always downloads it. When it's a Word document. The PDFs don't do that.
Motion carries for supplemental, so we're on volunteers. Any questions or issues?
Make a motion to accept.
Second.
Voting is open.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Greg, is yours not popping up?
Voted once.
You get the vote twice.
I think
Yes.
you want to
Keep
vote.
that.
Keep voting.
Your ultra ego ego.
Mr. Gus?
Just keep voting.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes, motion, what do you say?
I think Greg nailed it.
Motion carries. I need a motion to adjourn, please.
That first.
Second.
Third.
I'll mail mine in.
Yes.
I'm voting for all of you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good night.
Appreciate it.
Meeting adjourned. Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
This one.
Hey, Rob, can we,
Mrs. Smith?
yes.
Mr. Winkler?
You guys are gonna bring these over and make sure we got the right ones. Fine.
You're not
We
available.
come over there, you
Not
want
mine.
to here?
No, I'd say yes, yeah.
This meeting is adjourned.